Yo, lazy dog, first in the house. How you doing tonight? Nice. GG. I realized it was a speed tie, not so it wasn't guaranteed for us to move first, but very good. GG. First file win is always a nice feeling. See if we can get a first file gym. We'd be off to a pretty solid start. has Drill Peck. Interesting. My first encounters lately have not been great, so I'm going to go with the second encounter. Has stat Drill Peck, though. That's exciting. Hey, thank you, Dark. Didn't realize the music was not on. There we go. How you doing tonight? Low health, low speed. I'm not a fan of the ability either. Damn, that's rough. I was excited for stab. Got work tonight, so I need to stay up till morning. Hey, Flair, welcome, welcome. Well, hopefully we can help you achieve that tonight, Dark. Not at all, Claire. Yeah, Aerodactyl was quite a awesome mon. Alright, we could do Herugly as a copium pivot for the next area, or we could stick with this for the first trainer and then try to pivot after. Honestly, the Ninjask was better in my opinion. I was just so excited for the stat Drill Peck. Yeah, I mean, our HP is low because our special attack is kind of high. Right, GG. I could technically go back for the Clefairy to evolve it with the Moonstone. I don't think there was a Nidorina There might have been. Actually, there might have been a Nidorino with it too. Which would be a better evolution. More likely to have a 500 BST mon out of Nidorino. I don't know. I would have to go and check. But that would be an option. Doing a Moonstone evolution. I don't normally do Clefairy because Clefable and Wigglytuff have such a low BST that their evolution charts are not good. Soda Pop, nice. And a Master Ball for a guaranteed catch. Okay. I just want something faster for scouting. I doubt I would run this. Good to know it has thick fat. Not much faster, but it is bulkier. It's much bulkier. A lot more health, a lot more defense. It's a little faster. Not by much, but a little bit. It's only like 6 points faster. For level 8, that's not much. Could do headbutt for the trees. Lucario, interesting. He's a little bit slow. Being under 15 speed at level 6. Could be bad nature. Could be a scenario where the nature is making it slower. Or it could just end up being 8 speed. Friendship evolution with Riolu could be an option. Yo, Christian, how you doing tonight? as of right now, Christian, we're on our first file of the night, and we have the option for headbutt on the trees. We could do Lucario, who has a likelihood of being slow, or at least just below average speed. We could do Riolu for friendship evolution. So it's headbutt, Lucario, friendship, or we could go back for the Clefairy and do a Moonstone evolution, which I think we would wait on that to do the headbutts first, because I would rather try to find a different Moonstone evolution. He does have a good move in Dragon Pulse. But that's really it. Dragon Pulse and setup with growth. I'm low-key feeling the headbutt a little bit more, because I have a Master Ball. So if I find a good pivot in the headbutt, I can just catch it immediately and not risk it. As Krabby is not going to be, I do not expect Krabby to be defensive. He just looks to have decent speed. $18. Loki, his stats ain't bad. Even has a modest nature. Evolutions could be better though. He has a couple good ones, but not great. Most of them are not great. Ethion, interesting. Slow. Another one. Yo, Mr. Pokemon, how you doing tonight? So I have a Flygon run went a few days ago. Sad. Very sad. Yesterday we had a really cool Infernape out of the lab that had Super Luck and Aeroblast. The Super Luck allowed us to get a very important crit on the fight that we lost, right? Because the Flareon he had from the lab brought us down to 1 HP. So like we versed the rival before the second gym. We hit him with a super effective move. It did a quarter of his health. He hit us with a mist ball that lowered our special attack and brought us down to 1 health. So I was like, if I heal, I either die to a higher roll or I lose momentum. So like my only choice is to go for the crit, and I hit the crit. The following turn, I probably should have healed, but I risked it with a super effective move, and the -1 special attack made a difference because we couldn't knock out the last Pokemon with the -1. Yeah, it was a little bit of a throw, but when the file ended, we looked at the Pokemon, and he actually wasn't really learning any other moves. So he would have struggled throughout the entire run, regardless. He did get Heat Wave right at the end at Claire, the final gym, but the amount of time it would have taken to get there, I think he would have lost eventually before getting that TM. And then I think we had some small Pokemon after that, which was interesting, but didn't get as far as I expected. Crobat, okay. The Gliscor run in the bod, how did that go? That might be the one I'm thinking of. I don't remember. Truth be told, I don't remember. Sounds like it. Decent damage for a level 4. I mean, our special defense is kind of low, though. We are headbutting the trees because there are extra Pokemon in the trees that we normally don't get to see. Every file will also have Pokemon there, but if we don't get this specific move, we never scout them. So this scenario, we actually found a Pokemon who had it, and with our other options for pivots not being too great, this was a viable way of trying to create a runner out of this file. I do think it's min-max offense, but our defense is much higher than our special defense, so maybe I'm wrong on that. As super effective Vine Whip is actually weaker base power wise than Hyper Voice, right? It's only 70 base power versus 90 base power. No worries, Mr. Pokemon. If you ever have questions, feel free to ask. I'm happy to explain. So we are only allowed one Pokemon per area. So I made a pivot in the grass area up above this location. So I can't go there and catch another grass Pokemon or tree Pokemon. So because everything that we've looked at so far has been mediocre, I am going around and looking to see if we have any last minute options. Because Krabby is not really a runner. I mean, maybe it would be shot in the dark to make this get to level 28 for an evolution, and then probably 70% of its evolution options are lackluster. They're either middle stage evolutions where they still need to evolve again, or they are just low BST Pokemon. Yeah, we want to be Kaizo oriented. We talk about other things time to time, but I love Kaizo oriented questions. If it evolved into a special attacker, it really could be good. Right? Imagine imagine a Wailord with Compound Eyes as a special attacker, or Golduck. Right? They're 500 BST, solid, good amount of moves. Could also get Slowbro or Slowking. Tentacruel would be good. But there's so many not great ones, right? I don't want a Quillfish, I don't want Quagsire. That Flygon was 1 in 100, true. And the evolution that we had was immediate. It was one battle. It wasn't almost to the second gym. That was a tragic blizzard. I stand my ground that I think because of the smart AI knowing that Icy Wind is ×4 super effective. I mean, I guess the one play would have been a 5% miss, getting a +2 set up on Parasect and then knocking it out and then going for a kill on Luxray. Might have been the play, but that's such a tiny window of a win con that I genuinely think that if we went for a setup on Parasect Luxray didn't need a crit. It would have just moved first and needed to land the hit. So, on a technicality, yes, at any point in the run, you can make a pivot. But the reality is, you are unlikely to pivot after a certain extension of the run. Because either A, you are running a Pokemon that is good enough to not need to pivot, or B, the areas where you would be have Pokemon that are just a level deficit so severe that you lose momentum by trying to pivot later, and you just choose to not, like, you know, put yourself into that position. In theory, you could get to the 8th gym, and right before going into the 8th gym, you could go to the Lake of Rage, and you could pivot to the 1% spawn that is level 71. But it's not guaranteed that that Mon will be good. It could end up being a Weedle. There is no level grinding in the grass. Your XP is gained by the trainers fought in the progression of the challenge. I hate to say it, but I don't like any of the pivot options. There was a Crobat. Crobat might be the option. Because I didn't pivot here, right? Rugly, Gorbis. No. Correct, Mr. Pokemon. So that's why we tend to go higher level, as later in the game, the level creep will progress where our higher level isn't, like, influencing it enough. The Pokemon... Oh, there's also Lapras. Interesting. The Pokemon that trainers have are also 50% higher than what they would be found as in vanilla, in the regular base form. So if the trainer has a level 10, typically, in this they will have a level 15. I want to say that's low defense on that Lapras. It doesn't hurt to answer questions, Flair, because then at least if people prefer visual versus verbal, it's there on the screen. So as of late, our streams have been hitting like 100 plus viewers, but the chat base does not coincide with the volume of people in chat does not coincide with the volume of viewers in most scenarios. Honestly, I don't think I've ever had a stream where I had the same. I honestly think the stats are better on Lapras, but the moves are better on Crobat. What's crazy though is I have watched other late night streams of Kaizo, and there are just constant people chatting. They always have like a steady flow in their chat. Even of people who don't know what is happening, right? Like it's fine to ask questions and I'm fine pitting myself, explaining what we're doing. You know, I don't mind saying it 20 times in a stream. You right, Christian, you right. Yeah, I've been told my voice is very soothing. Could go with the level 3 if it has a better move. If it's hiding a good move at level 3 that it lost at between level 4. I appreciate it, Dark. I appreciate you just throwing it on in your background. That's very kind of you. I am on the East Coast, correct. What do you guys think between Crobat and Lapras? I would say that they are really the only two options that I like. I have not been able to see another move on Crobat. And I have not seen the hidden move at level 3 for Lapras. I'd like to know a little bit more about the Crobat before I rule it out. Good speed. Wow. Wow, that's actually really good speed. So a reminder, Mr. Pokemon, all stat distribution is randomized. All level up moves are randomized. Abilities are randomized. So even though in vanilla, Crobat is frail, in this, you have to think about base stat total. How many points does it get within its points for it to distribute it through its 7 stats? And if it can have one minimum offense and one maximum offense on a high BST Pokemon, then it has a lot of value. So Crobat is 535 BST, And for reference, because we can't use anything 600 BST and above, and we can't use legendaries other than the one that is in our favorites, the first non-legendary that we can have is Togekiss, or the highest, I should say, highest BST is Togekiss at 555, learns 0 level up moves. The next one is Arcanine at 550, learns 1 level up move, because both of them are stone evolutions. So your next option are 540 BST Pokemon, such as Snorlax, Kingdra, Milotic, Electivire, Magmortar, things like that, right? After the 540s, you have the 535s, which include Crobat. So Crobat's up there. He is actually a very valid runner. And additionally, he has the immunity to ground. He also has the immunity to poison. So we don't have to worry about like toxic, poison point, you know, things like that. Correct. Trainer stats are randomized because technically I can catch this Crobat, but if I don't run the Crobat and a trainer has it, that is the same Crobat, right? So for example, Krabby, if we saw level 9 Krabby in a trainer's hands, it would have this moveset. But then later when he's level 39, he would learn different moves. He would have 9 different moves for him to learn. Oh yeah. The reason why it's the hardest difficulty I've experienced on Kaizo is because it's not just beating the Elite Four, it's also getting through the second map of Kanto and doing 16 gyms. I have beaten 3 Kaizos, FireRed, National Dex FireRed, and National Dex Emerald, but I have not beaten this one because it's twice the size. Like, I've already beaten the Elite Four twice, and I've been to the Elite Four 15 plus times. The issue has been doing 100%. That's annoying. I mean, it technically still works, but the minus really upsets me because think about it, right? It's gonna be like 17 at level 5. That minus attack, it would have been like 20 at level 5. Would have been so strong. I believe you do not have to beat Battle Frontier in Emerald. I think that is not in the challenge. The odds are never in my favor. I have a record of about a 1% chance of a good nature. Maybe a 5% chance for a neutral or non-affecting nature, like a minus defense plus special defense type situation, or a neutral nature. and then a %94 chance to get a bad nature. So our last option. Oh wow. Huh. So I didn't know he had a second ability. This is a Copium. Clefairy is the other Copium. Clefairy could use a Moonstone to evolve. Well, I'll be damned. I just wasted an hour just to get guillotined in the grass. Bro, I was getting Earthquake and Brick Break. I'm so upset. And Drill Peck, dude. This was a runner. Oh my gosh. Dude, we were getting... Oh, God. That's like 90%. Look. The best coverage in this game is Fighting, Ground, Flying, Electric. And we were getting the Fighting, Ground, Flying combo. Oh, I'm so mad. That was a runner. I just want to see this. I mean, not horrible on the knockout. I'm not checking all of the tree options. I'm just moving past that file. That's upsetting. Putting all of that effort in just to die to a guillotine. Yeah. The wild Pokemon will just, I mean, it's not given a smart AI in the wild. Oh, look at that. Well, well, well. Back-to-back headbutt. So I was gonna say, just to finish my other thought, it's a 25% chance on every move for its arsenal, for what it'll click. Do we think this Miltank has what it takes to beat an Arceus? I'm praying it does not get a Pokeball before Arceus, because I don't want to take the time to scout all of the trees. There's a Typhlosion in the grass. Fresh water. Alright, nice. Not at all. Uh-oh, Typhlosion is slow. To let you know, Mr. Pokemon, the only time we are allowed to use a move that heals our Pokemon, something like Heal Order, Aqua Ring, Leech Seed, Drain Punch, Giga Drain, anything like that, is in this very first fight. After this fight, we are no longer allowed to use it. Oh my lord, it has download. We're faster than the Arceus? That's insane. Any crit. Damn! So, to help you out, Mr. Pokemon, because I know how strange it is to like look at a Mamoswine and think, wow, this thing is not an attacker. When you look at the side, the right side on the tracker for its stat distribution, I like to think at level 5, you want your offense min-max, right? One low, one high. Average is 14. So if your best offense is below 14, you're weak. Same with speed. If your average speed is 14 at level 5, if you're below 14, you're slow. If you're 13, you're hair below. And then in a more grown if you're on a more grown Pokemon like the level 8, it would be 20. 20 offense, 20 speed. So for this, it has very high HP, high defense, high speed, but low offense, low special defense. So it's not that good. You were right. You were right that it could not beat the Arceus. Somebody I used to play Warzone with just sent me a message on Xbox, and it came up on my computer, and I was like, what the hell is that? Yo, we just found a max potion, let's go. They were just saying that they brought the old team back. They brought a couple of the people we played with, and they got a dub on Warzone. Because technically Warzone is still going. It's just not what it used to be. I just don't sleep. The act of me streaming at this time is in the act of me just squeezing it in. If there were more hours in the day, I would probably be able to, you know, do better hours, but... Omni Boost and a crit? Nice. Yeah, I mean, like, yesterday and today I worked half days, but most days that I have work, I work 11-hour days. And actually, speaking of which, the owner of the store I work for, my boss, starting tomorrow, he wants Fridays and Saturdays specifically to end an hour later, so they would be 12-hour days, and then Sunday start an hour earlier. Mr. Pokemon, one thing that we do is we name the rival after people in chat. Do you want to be named Mr. Pokemon, or do you want to have a different name? Do you want like an actual like username? Because I can only do 7 letters. So I could do like Mr. Pokemon, I could do Mr. 5 Pokemon. I could do just Mr. 5. At the moment, I just work at a local store. I work at a vape store. It's not, I mean, it's not the job I've had for a long time. I've worked many different jobs. Mr. 5 is perf. I like Mr. 5 as well. That's probably my preferred option out of those. It's not a forever job, but it's easy and I don't hate it. I've worked a lot of jobs that I've hated, and it's nice to work a job that I don't hate. See, honestly, Dark, I wouldn't mind that. If it pays well, I honestly wouldn't mind. I don't mind doing a difficult job or a hard job or a job that, you know, is like, you know, there are some jobs where most of the time you're just doing nothing and super easy and laid back. It can be a job where you're constantly busy and always something to do. Like, I don't mind intense jobs. I just want to be able to pay my bills and not stress about money. And I mean, the job I have right now, it's okay with pay, and we've talked about getting a higher pay for me soon, but it hasn't happened yet, and I'm trying to get more money. Like, we're starting to do like deliveries, so I had closed the store. I was on my way home. I had literally pulled into my apartment, looked at my phone when I stopped driving, and I had seen like 2 minutes earlier I had gotten a text asking for a delivery, and I was fucked. So I had to go back and do it, and that's why we had to start a little bit later tonight. Working one of the biggest ERs in America. Wow. And you're a PhD student. That's awesome. Do I have any career goal? I would love to play video games for a career. If I can get this YouTube channel to pop off, that would be the dream. I lack the inspiration to learn how to be a good video editor. I made the content that's currently on the channel, but it wasn't easy. Damn. Real quick, let's just go over the pivots before I go back into the story I was just talking about. I don't think there's really any. I might just stick with this. It's not strong, but it's fast. It's fast as hell. Electrode could be an underdog pivot. It's 475 BST. We did a Manetric one runner once. Or it's like it might be 460. I might be off on that number. But it's like mid 400s. Seadra could also be an option if we get a dragon scale. So, Mr. Pokemon, we stream very consistently. I mean, just the other night I got like 7 subscribers just off the stream. And we do well with the stream. The subscriber base that we have is majorly from streaming. But yes, I agree. Growing a channel 100% is based off of content, not streams. What do we think? We could do Electrode, we could do Seadra, we could stick with Mamoswine. Good typing on the Electrode, true. 480, yeah, I was right. Air Cutter. Very low special attack. Thank you, Dark. I appreciate it. That's 4 attacks. I'm pretty sure it's a physical attacker. Get in the ball. Because that Air Cutter did so little damage. Well, crap. I was gonna do Seadra as a copium, but I guess I'm just gonna stick with this. It has average offense, so we could just get past the first trainer. That's all we need. It's bulky, high HP, so the goal is beat the first trainer and then survive Dragon Rage in the grass. The Seadra has color change, and I don't have the item yet, so because it's a little risky for that first fight, originally I was going to try to get it a little like higher on level for the opportunity of 1 or 2 more moves if we did get the Dragon Scale, but because we moved faster, right? That means the level 3 is 8 speed. If you give +2 on the level up, because that's a mid-tier speed range, that's 12 speed at level 5, so that means it's not even that much better of a speed. And the color change just puts a risk on it where it is likely to lose in this encounter rather than beat it. So I'd rather stay with the tank. So color change is the opposite of Protean. It will make your Pokemon turn into the typing that you're hit with. So like right there, I was hit by a ground type move, I would turn into a ground type. I gotta get a defense drop out of that so that when he heals... Okay, he doesn't heal. GG. If we get him on with Explosion, we're going to use it. Ingrain, I can't use that. Kecleon had the ability, correct. Yep, Protean is like the improved version of it. It's like, okay, this concept is good, it just, we did it wrong. Turning into the typing that hits us doesn't help us. Alright, Christian, sounds good. We'll see you when you return. I'll make sure to ask you a lot of questions, Christian. Keep an eye out for like Nidorino. Those are probably the better Moonstone evolutions. So I didn't expect to work at a vape shop. It was not on my docket of jobs to have. As you're new to the channel, some of the backstory you have not been given any of the backstory. When I started this channel, I lived over 1,000 miles away than where I do now. I lived closer to home. I have lived in a couple different locations, but I moved down to Georgia about 1.5 years ago. and the job I started with was alright, but it wasn't great. And then I tried a couple different jobs that were not working out, and it was hard to land jobs in general. Like, for every 1,000 jobs applied, like, you might barely land one. And then the one that I was working at just really was not working out for me. It was not paying well. It was just not good. It was not a good job. And it's still giving me problems because they did not file their taxes by the January 31st, so I need to go to the IRS and deal with all of that. But I was buying a vape, and as I was leaving, I thought to myself, I've seen the owner in here a bit lately. So I turned around and I was like, hey, just out of curiosity, are you hiring? And he was like, yeah, I was actually going to be posting the ad online. And we got into talking. I told him of my experience in sales and my knowledge of the products in this store and my availability, and I ended up just starting to work there. And when that other job I mentioned, oh, let's go, we found a pivot. That other job I mentioned was falling through completely. I told him, like, hey, this is the situation going on, and he was like, I can give you more hours. And so we've kind of created a bond where I have worked really hard at pushing the sales of the store. He's been able to push like the big business in the back end of the store, and it's going well. He's helping me out. Like, recently my grandfather passed away and I had to fly back home for the funeral, and he gave me a bereavement to like afford going home. So he's been a really good boss. It's been a really good job, and I don't mind it at all. It's not the best pay in reality. Hey, Velez in the house. How you doing tonight, Velez? 63 health. Holy. No offense. I had a feeling. I was very worried that I had no offense. Don't listen to Velez. He's not talking about the truth. I have not worked at the Peppermint Hippo. Can you get a job, man? Undergrad to save your life with an applied math degree on some. Yeah, that's just a it's become an inside joke on the channel for the live streams that Velez himself created and started himself and has kept alive for 2 years. See, up north, where I used to live, I could walk into a place, talk to the owner or manager, and if they were hiring, I could talk myself into getting a job. Every time. I've never had an issue landing a job. But out here, they would give you the southern hospitality, be super kind to you, tell you that you're a perfect fit for the job, that they were excited to have you join their team and be hired. And then they just would never reach back out. And I went through so many interviews and so many phases where I would believe I would get hired and then would not get hired. And it's not like I would just sit there and wait and do nothing. No, I would go there every single day, show up and say, hey, what's happening, right? Like after giving them the time, of course, right? I didn't like disrespect it. Yo, Velez with the 20? Yo, Velez, thank you. I really appreciate that. It was Crank that started it, not you. I could see that actually. You know, he hasn't been around for a bit. I want to say he's just been busy with work and life, and the fact that our streams have been later does not help. Yeah, this thing has crazy health. 63 at level 9 is insane. Peppermint Hippo tip, you're funny. Yes, thank you, Velej. Much love, I appreciate it. But yeah, I did sales for 5 years, right? Like I didn't have to search for a job for a while. And before that, I used to work in restaurants. And restaurants are always hiring, which I did consider going back to. But I just was like, hey, you hiring? And it's crazy because I just happened to be the right person at the right place at the right time, because ever since starting the job, there has been 20 plus people who have walked in and another 20 plus who have called the store, all asking if we're hiring. But because I'm working there and for all of the hours that I am working, there's no hours for somebody else to work. So every single other person has been shot down for a job. Because it's not like you need multiple employees, and it's not like it makes enough money to pay multiple employees. So I am 27, turning 28 later this year. I moved down south for a few reasons. The main reason, well, there's two main reasons. The major portion is the cold. I am a pretty skinny individual, and the cold isn't the worst up north, but living on the water as I was in New England, the ocean winds and the drafts that come off of them go up to about 40 miles an hour in the winter while it's already 20 degrees out, and it would just cut through me. And no matter how many layers I have on me, I could not be warm. I was constantly cold. And oh my gosh, I forgot Pokeballs. Just turned 27 a few days ago. Hey, happy belated birthday. And then second half, as well as the other smaller pieces included, but the two big ones were the cold and the cost. A couple years before moving, I had taken a quote-unquote promotion to transfer to a different department for the company I was working at, to take a department that had been attempted to run like 4 different times, right? They would bring somebody in or have a prior employee trying to like bring that office together, and they just couldn't do it. And so they sent me out there to do it, paid me a little bit more, and I tried for 2 years, but they did not hire anyone. So I ended up not having the staff to like be successful, and without that full success, I wasn't getting paid the commission rate that I was told I had the opportunities for. And so I was struggling financially because of it near the end, right? I mean, I put really good work in that first year, but that second year was really weighing on me. You live in England, Dark? The rain. It rains all the time. I wasn't sure if that was a myth or a fact, but that is crazy. Yo, Mr. LeBear, how you doing tonight? Pretty drunk, nice. Off the Crown Royal. So, yeah, to finish my story, I gave my job an ultimatum of 6 months. I was like, hire more people. They didn't really put in much effort to do so. They didn't give me the power to do so. So I moved, and I could have went from where I was. Like, I had moved out of state, one state over, and then I could have moved back. But instead I was like, you know what, I don't want to go back and repeat the cycles of the past that I had originally taken this promotion to get out of, right? I was trying to make steps of growth, not step backwards. So I wanted to come out here. I had a friend who lived out here, and you know, I mean, it hasn't been perfect, but it hasn't been as bad as it could be. It was negative 30 today. Here, it was 75. Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. Yeah, so we're both on the East Coast. Yeah, 75 Celsius would be on fire. I realized that as soon as I said it. I was like, yeah, that wouldn't compute to human capabilities. 72 in Tennessee, nice. That's 24 Celsius. Is it just me, or is this the Viper tempting? Because yes, we could go for the Aerodactyl, but the Aerodactyl does not have a great moveset. I'm kind of shocked by how much damage that Chatter is doing. I actually think that Viper is very strong and good speed. Denny, I don't know if I said welcome or asked how you're doing, but welcome, and how are you doing tonight, my friend? Glad to see you here. Chat's been popping off tonight, and I was on a tangent of a story, so I failed to read chat diligently. I'm really not impressed by this Aerodactyl, I gotta admit. Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Pokemon, but anyone who lives outside of America doesn't agree with that. Thoughts in the chat, Seviper or Aerodactyl? If he doesn't get a good move at level 9, then he is stuck relying on Supersonic for all of the Ghost-type Pokemon. And I don't really like that idea. Like, it has one normal-type move. Endeavor does not knock out ever. North Americans, true. That is true, Velez. Yeah, but America is mass majority. America's vote is mass majority. There it is. So we want the Aerodactyl. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed, bro. I'm worried about the moveset. That's the only reason why I don't think it's the right choice, but we'll see. The minus speed is really unfortunate. Split off, kind of split offense. It's decent. It's decent. The minus speed, though, sad. Very sad. Because it would have been a hair above average speed, but now instead it's a hair below average speed. So I'll leave it up to you guys. Copium, we could go for Copium, or we could attempt to run this. This does not have an answer for Ghost types. It has to rely on Supersonic at 55 accuracy. I personally think the Seviper was better. Of course it gets another normal type move, and doesn't get another move until level 17 now. Oof. Yeah, I'm hoping to pivot on the next floor. I almost did the shelter. Ooh. I almost still did the shelter, but... I have a prediction. It's a wild prediction. But I have a prediction that the ghost type Pokemon that we would have encountered is outside. And that there's no ghost types in here. So we can actually get to level 17, get our move that hits ghost types. And then actually get to the gym and hopefully either pivot on the Rock Smash or somehow scrounge enough moves to where this can kind of sort of run. Oh, huge copium. But watch my prediction be true. Like, that's why I did this fight before this next one. In case his last Pokemon is a ghost type. No, so he used Metronome. So his Fake Out was not technically a priority move. It was a secondary effect of Metronome. GG. Discharge is 17. So Viper was better. 100%. I should have went with it. I should have went with my gut. That was my gut feeling. 244 health. Insane. That's true. That's true. A lot of time wasted, but I mean that means it's been only like what, 3 files so far tonight? Because our first file was 50 minutes of headbutting the trees. Huh. Give this thing bulk up and it actually could be crazy. Though the problem that I have is that Pokemon with Intimidate make it have -2 attack instead of -1. Y'all all said Aerodactyl, and now that it died, you say to Ghost of Viper. Don't gaslight me. Don't gaslight me. I was saying to Viper and I was giving you guys the options. Viper wasn't perfect though. Low BST made it a glass cannon. But I do think it was better than Aerodactyl. I did not see that message. Run reset for real or Viper. I did not see that message. There was so much conversation about Fahrenheit versus Celsius that I was not catching every chat as I was rambling. Yo, chat got heated for a minute about it. Corners around the world came in. I had to call the UN for a global crisis. Good plow. Good one shot, Tauros. Good one shot. I'm almost tempted to run Tauros. Not a typical runner for us, but good stats. There's a risk to the ability, and it only rewards us if we have setup. And because we don't have it yet, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. Torkoal. Torkoal is a cool mod. He's 470 BST though, so unfortunately, he's a bit of an underdog when it comes to Kaizo. Our goal is typically to find good typing 500 BST Pokemon, and I say good typing because there's things like Yanmega that are over 500. With the right stat spread, exactly. Like, think about this, right? This is 490, and it's good, even though it has a little bit more special attack than I would have liked. It could have been even better had it had less special attack and more in like the special defense or physical attack. And it doesn't even have a nature, giving it a plus 10%. So taking 20 BST off, polish this setup, it would still work on a 470, but its odds of being good are less likely, because in the event that one stat is over invested, because you don't have that extra 50 to 70 BST, you can't kind of flub the over investment. You end up falling short elsewhere because of it. A stab dig, okay. Well, the Torkoal would be a backup pivot. It's always good to know what your other options are before you start making pivots, right? Because as of right now, we have 21 speed, and we don't know the speed on Flygon. So if we ended up with a really bad build on this Pokemon in front of us, we don't want to spend all of the time scouting each Pokemon. I did not mean to do that. We don't want to scout each Pokemon with Flygon at slow speed. We want to have it already scouted, so we go straight for the Pokemon that will be our backup. There's still one more Pokemon here. I'm just scouting this Flygon while we can still see it, and it's not doing damage to us. Because I am curious what the last move is. The stab is cool. If we get another 2-turn move, I was going to say if we get some power herbs. Can't be hit by Blizzard if you're underground. If you click dig. Venomoth. Alright, let's see what our last option is. Because there is a 5% spawn down here. Gun tank is the 5%, never mind. Okay. So it's Flygon, Torkoal. I don't think there was anything up here. Or we stick with Tauros. Skuntank could be a pivot as well. What if Flygon had no guard? What if it was a flap? What if it was a fast Flygon with no guard and an Oko move? pretty strong. That's not how that works, Blair. No guard would make it so that they don't need Mold Breaker to use Blizzard and one-shot us. No guard makes it so that we would always hit our moves and they would always hit their moves. But the purpose would be to always hit Sheer Cold and never miss and never have them even a chance to click Blizzard because we're faster. That's why I'm saying fast no guard. The counter argument I was expecting you to say is that they have the ability Sturdy and Blizzard. No, Blair, that's not how Mold Breaker works. Mold Breaker works for the Mon offensively into defensive abilities. So I'll use Skuntank as an example. Let's say Skuntank had the ability Mold Breaker, and we had Thick Fat. Skuntank hitting us with an ice move would not be affected by Thick Fat. The moves I do into Skuntank are not changed. My issue with Tauros is if we get hit by one Intimidate, we're not able to do any damage. Yes. So Mold Breaker, the way it describes the ability for Mold Breaker is that it breaks the mold of the ability with the Pokemon that it has, right? So that is saying that if the ability on the Pokemon allows it to influence how your move hits the target, you ignore it, right? So if they have Water Absorb I think in actual competitive Pokemon, the best example is Excadrill has Mold Breaker. So Rotom is a famous Pokemon for people to use because it has Levitate, and Mold Breaker Excadrill can use Stab Earthquake to one-shot Rotom. Outside of that, things work normally. The Pokemon using Mold Breaker specifically is affected by Mold Breaker, not the other way around. If they end up having no guard, it still applies, but it only applies to that Pokemon. When that Pokemon is gone, then no guard would be off the field if they use Skill Swap. But if no guard is on the field in a 1v1 fight, all hits will always hit. Scarlet and Violet's ability description clears it up more simply. Could you put it in the chat for us? This Pokemon moves are unimpeded by the ability of the target. Yeah, that's a very well said description. This Pokemon's moves, not the opponent's Pokemon's moves. Therefore, if Skuntank had it, our moves would not be effective. Alright, I brought Skuntank down to low health. Do we want the Skuntank? Or do we want the Torkoal? That's pretty cool, Claire. What a ripoff. Oh, okay. I mean, honestly, I didn't see it. This one is 50-50, true. We have had a really good Skuntank run, though. Wow, dude, it was so close. I mean, still, it could in theory still work. Why did it have to have the minus special attack though? That's so sad. The plus speed helps it not be too slow. I don't know. What do you guys think of it? Do we run the soundproof Skuntank so we're immune to Parasong? I have the worst luck with natures. I mean, the plus speed was necessary. It would probably not be a runner in my opinion if we didn't have that. The plus speed allows it to be a runner. And the minus special attack doesn't make it weak. It just makes it where there will be times our knockout should have occurred, but it doesn't because of the minus special attack. It's a nice special defense build. Low defense, not the end of the world. I'll leave it up to you guys. Do we stick with Skuntank at least for the first fight, or do we make the switch to Flygon? Yeah, we can stick with the Skuntank. It's the safer choice. Alright, GG. Blackbeard, you can... Well, he mentioned something about the Pokemon... He said what they decided, so he put it in past tense, so I guess he was trying to infer that it has already been done. Yeah, Flare is just classic money grab, unfortunately. It's literally just a digital file. Like I feel like there wouldn't even be much inflation on that. Like it's not like they're making physical copies of the older games for your Switch. Like if it was a physical cartridge for 20 bucks, yeah, that'd be crazy good. But no, it's all online. Hey DJ Patty, how you doing tonight? Best opportunity? What did I miss? And honestly, that was just me doing a filler title because I didn't have anything else. I sometimes, I mean, I'm almost 400 days in, not counting the other 3 wins. I have come to run out of ideas on how to name the stream at times. Oh my gosh, there are no pivots. There's Nidoking and X-Cloud. X-Cloud is 480. Nidoking only gets 3 level up moves, but it's 495. Correct, Dark. I'm just double checking. Yeah, there's no pivots. I mean, we could run this. If it got set up, it's nice. Soundproof is the best ability for setup mons because you don't have to worry about Perish Song. You do obviously have to worry about like Leech Seed and stuff, but technically Substitute would also give it like a way to avoid Leech Seed, so I don't know. I wouldn't run Substitute and Setup though, I would run one or the other. Kakuna Evo? No, I would say no to that. Heat Wave, okay, good move, good move. I could also do Copium. Before we lock into anything else, I do want to just check to see if X-Cloud might have a good moveset. He could also maybe... You can make a lower BST mon very good with using speed boost. Aura Sphere, wow. Definitely a physical attacker. Dude, you're so stupid, X-Cloud. I hate you. What an idiot. Tail Glow? Wow. But no other special attacks. 0 other special attacks. This was not a runner. We had 15 PP. Like, that's not enough. Ironically, Torkoal had the ability that could avoid Oko moves. Color change, oof. Just to show the person in chat, it was ending up as a Skuntank. That's funny. Was it giving it? It was giving it Discharge Judgment, but I would have needed a shiny stone on top of that, which I did not have. Stall. Oof. No worries. On to the next. Damn. Triggered? Nah. This is a classic knight. Like, look at this. Split attacker, sand stream ability, classic. I mean, at least we're fast enough to move through the grass, and we get to pivot, which is nice. So I did do that for a bit, and it may have been efficient, but it also may have given up files where the odds of a pivot before the rival was given up, right? Like I just found a Pokeball, so now I can go and catch a Pokemon that may be better for the one-on-one. So we did that for a bit, but hey, Cheeky Train, welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight? Have you had any shiny Poke runs? We have. They have not gone far, but the one specific shiny that actually did sort of run was all the way back in FireRed. It was a shiny Meganium. Here in HeartGold, all of the shinies have been after we already had our runner, or when we didn't have a Pokeball to even catch a Pokemon, or we tried to run it and it died immediately. So like the scenarios for HeartGold have not played out where we can run a shiny. Like it hasn't even really been an opportunity. Ooh. But we did technically run a shiny for a little bit in FireRed. Who's got Lava Plume? Geo. I think that might be our pivot. We can go and check the area up above first, just in case. Now that was resisted damage. We don't know the speed. It could be 0 speed. I think we do Porygon Z. There's a third one over here, but I'd rather just go for the safe option of Porygon Z. Well, I gotta go for my chance now. I don't like that he only has one move, but hopefully his stats are good. You gotta be kidding me, dude. I mean, yeah, sure. You can be a physical attacker because of the nature, but I wanted a special attacker. Z is one of your favorite Pokemon? A good one. We brought down its HP, so the catch was a little bit more in our favor. That's why I actually waited it out with the Sandstream to chip it down before throwing the ball, just to give ourselves a better chance. It's good stat. I mean, it's a glass cannon. Very low health, low defenses, but it's fast and strong. I'm just sad it's not a special attacker, that's all. Like if it was modest instead of adamant, it'd be crazy. Great ability. He has been the best mon of the night, not gonna lie. Doesn't matter. They hit a crit. Yeah, technically we were a special attacker. Nature did not want that though. No, there was an Empoleon. Bad ability. Double bad ability. Truant and Stall. Soundproof Meteor Mash, that's cool. Low kick, discharge, lava plume, bullet punch. Heat proof. Headbutt if I wanted to. Oh well, on to the next. Bro, if the Heat didn't have the minus speed, this thing is crazy strong. I would have loved to run this. I technically still can run this, but the minus speed hurts it. 1000% hurts it. Because you want to be faster, where you get that extra sensory off and get to flinch if you don't knock out. But it has Bolt Beam, and it has extra sensory, and it has 25 special attack at level 5. That's insane. And then Natural Cure, the way it works in this, when every trainer fight ends, if we had a status on us, it will be removed. Oh yeah, 100% glass cannon, dies to Ice Shard. I mean, RNG is a major factor. Just because a Pokemon has Ice Guard doesn't mean it's being wielded by a trainer who has a smart AI. We could be on a file where odds go in our favor that all of the gym leaders and ace trainers do not have priority moves. And I'm talking about a scenario where the minus speed nature did not exist, right? We were in a tier of speed where we always move first. But now we're in a tier where high BST Pokemon will move first. They are likely to be strong, so they would one-shot. when I talk about stat distribution, the level of a mon's quality is a bit higher here than what I would have referred to as requirements for a FireRed or Emerald Kaizo run, because with the extra generation and the power creep that happens in Gen 4, it's kind of necessary to have like the classifications of like the 14 attack, the 14 speed. It would be like maybe 12 in FireRed and Emerald, a little bit lower. Have you ever had a run with Armaldo? I have. I believe I had a Shield Dust where we ignored secondary effects of the moves. Great flinch, buddy. Honestly, I had gotten so invested in my conversation that I forgot what fight I was on, and I was like, who am I fighting right now? Dude, we're gonna be 19 speed at level 8 instead of like 21 or 22. It's so sad. We'll scout. We'll scout for pivots. I'm tempted though. This thing is so strong. I don't know. I mean, we have used glass cannons before, and they have taught us that there are 2 things that are important, or 3 things. Speed, offense, and a moveset that is using your offense. Right? Because there could have been a scenario where we have this amount of special attack, but the three moves that we have are 3 physical moves. We've had that scenario happen many times, where it's a perfect Pokemon on the stats, the typing, the ability, but it doesn't learn a single move that matches with its offense. So those 3 things are all that's needed. You are fast to move first, you are strong to only have to hit once, and your moveset does its job. My issue with it is that damn nature. If we find another one, I might sniff it out. Try to see if we can get a better nature on another Fearow. Imagine Modest. Make it so that confusion damage isn't so scary. Correct. Nature is randomized on every encounter, so this Blossom will have a different nature than the next Blossom. Additionally, each encounter will have a different hidden power. So, like, hidden power is a 30 to 70 base power special attack move, and it can be ranging of any typing without counting the normal typing. So the way to find out is if you have an understanding of what their speed is and you have another Pokemon that matches that speed, you could use scenarios where you identify either like a plus nature or neutral nature. I mean, obviously you can never be 100% certain. You might end up think that it's neutral, but in reality it was minus, and like you were looking at the wrong tiers. I've done that. You can look at damage calculations to see if it has a plus or minus offense. And then you can look at the HP bar for damage output if you're using chip damage to scout its bulk. But all of it is kind of with marginal error that is too obscure to like have 100% guarantee. I gotta say, as of right now, I don't like any of the pivots. I don't know about you guys, but Fortress is 468 BST. 465, sorry. Yes, it's higher than Fearow. Yes, it's better typing. Doesn't mean it's better. I don't have the bulk to scout moves. We are still very frail since we're not like a level 8 or 9. We didn't get enough level ups on the rival to kind of scout the fortress on its damage. That is true. We get into these little bits of hiatus where we have to be patient finding this last Pokemon because it does not want to spawn. So sometimes chat gets a little bit of a lull. Hey, Christian is back, so you've got the perfect perfect person to talk to. Christian had a goon session. Oh. Christian, thoughts on this Pharaoh? That's an accusation? Nah. Full send because it'd be funny. I'm surprised that's not how Flair reacted to it. I just wish, and I want to punch this Pharaoh in the face for its nature. I would have taken neutral nature over anything. We don't have no speed. We're just a hair below average because of the minus speed. Don't say we don't have speed. We definitely have it. But it's going to be 19 at level 8 instead of 22. Wait, what was number 3? I wasn't looking. It was Torchic. So we're gonna run Fearow for the first trainer, but we'll keep scouting. Because Blossom's not great. I mean, if it has a moveset, maybe. It has Lava Plume. Please get in the ball. Oh, you idiot. He's getting Tail Glow and Calm Mind. That's insane. Wasn't really getting any other special attacks though. Powder Snow, that's it. I guess Powder Snow is a little better than Blizzard. Yeah, I should have full sent it. Armaldo. Low offense. Espeon, Leaf Guard, Early Bird. Shockwave. Vacuum Wave. Force Sphere. Psycho Boost, Signal Beam. That was okay. 0 offense, Shield Dust. Insane speed on that guy. Yeah, honestly, he might have been one of the better options. At least one of the cooler options. You were mentioning it, yeah. I will be honest, I don't typically look at it when I'm looking at the file after the file ends and we're looking at like all of that data. If it's in the options, it's not typically looked at, maybe occasionally. It's a lower BST. Shuckle is 505. Armoldo is 495. I leave it up to you guys. Glade or Electabuzz. This game hates me. This game hates me. Dude, how do you give me stab or sphere on a special attacker and then take 10% off? It's a glass cannon, but it has a lot of health. Dude, it would have been perfect if it was modest, dude. Dude, if it was modest, I would have full sent 100%. My luck, I'll find another Glade and then catch another one with that, and then I have to get the Pokédex at Mr. Pokemon. But yeah, we can check to see if he has a spawn in the early game. I don't even think I need modest. I wouldn't mind having plus speed nature. I think it's timid for a minus attack plus speed. Probopass is cool, but a bad typing for Kaizo, unfortunately. Yes, it would be a level 9, right? That's the level 9 area. I'm pretty sure that's the level 9, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's a pivot. It's after the first trainer, right? Because that's saying that you take the left here and then go down, yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately Storm Drain, in the way that you're thinking of it, only occurs in Generation 5 onwards. Generation 4, it is... Generation 4, it is a redirection of water moves in a double fight. And that's it. It doesn't give it an immunity, it doesn't give it a special attack boost. And that goes the same with Lightning Rod. Other abilities have similar situations, though like Dench has a 10% chance to flinch after in Generation 5 and onwards. You don't get that here. Did Flair just save the run? How did Flair save the run? Correct, Storm Drain is what made Gastrodon OP. Yeah, they update the moves and abilities. So like Aura Sphere will go down at 80 base power, but in this generation, it's 90. So it makes it such an amazing move, in my opinion, the best move in Kaizo. Which, truth be told, even though this nature is bad, I could technically run this because the power of Aura Sphere and Water Spout is so strong that I could technically run this. I could technically also scout the trees because I have Headbutt. Oh, true. We're talking about, oh, I see what you're talking about, Christian. You were very vague, so I didn't know what you were talking about. You were talking about, did Christian save the run by telling us to look at the Glade and find out that we can, in fact, get another pivot of a Glade with a different nature? Please miss. You're using 2 inaccurate moves. That might knock us out. Please don't knock us out. We live the poison. And we get the crit! Oh my gosh, we get the crit. Let's go. High jump kick. Technically better than Ice Ball in my opinion. I honestly say things very quickly and I talk about multiple things at once that I forget what I'm talking about seconds later when I read chat and I'm like, I haven't like brought it up, but one thing I do wish people did in chat is like, rather than using subcontext like the word it or that or those, or actively like putting in your chat what you're talking about. Like an example of, that made me laugh. What made me laugh? Was it something that happened in the game? Was it something that I said? Christian does talk a lot of nonsense, yeah. He was also being very vague. So, okay, let me ask this. Are we just going to full send Glade without scouting because we know that there's another area where Glade will be? I also don't know if when it shows that in the Pokédex, I don't know if it's telling us if it's in the tree or not. So we may need Headbutt And if we pivot off of this, we won't have Headbutt. DJ, welcome to the chat. Perfect timing to be live. Eating dinner. I mean, we've been going for a couple hours, but nothing major has happened, so I'd say you're still on time. Or you're not late to anything, per se. That is what I'm worried about, Flare, yeah. But if we get to a, what is the level 6? It is level 6. But if it's in the tree, we could get a lower level. Speed at level 8, 24 special attack even with a minus 10% nature. I think there's a level 5 in the tree there, but I'm unsure. So if we're scouting, does that mean I scout the trees? Do we want to take the time to scout the trees? I can do it, but I'm only doing it if you guys are willing to put the time in. I don't want people to be bored because I'm scouting every tree. True, because if I beat the first trainer and then get a Pokemon later with Headbutt, I would typically come back and still scout this area regardless. Out of curiosity, I just want to look here, because this is a quick one. It's quick because I'm right next to the Pokemon Center. If anything did go awry. Have a Water Stone and a Protector for Rhydon. Alright, we'll verse the first trainer with this Glade. It is strong enough where I believe in it, as long as the ghost types don't have... I should have actually thought of that when I deleted Ice Ball. As long as ghost types don't have Water Absorb. I can't actually use that. I was thinking Recycle. I always mix the names up for those two. Shedinja is awesome. In this, they give Shedinja its original ability and no other Pokemon will get it. even though everything is randomized, Shedinja will still have its ability as well as 1 HP. The other stats will be randomized as well as the moveset. So it's always important to account for having a Shedinja answer. So like currently in this, we would need another move if we ever encountered a trainer with it. Or else we would be completely walled by Shedinja. It's a 1 in 501 chance to see it, so it's low. It doesn't happen often. But it's always better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. This is very good, DJ. However, we were able to see in the Pokédex that it spawns in another location, so we want to get another nature if possible. And hopefully we can make this just 1,000 times better. As a runner, because it has 1 HP, it simply is just not worth even attempting to have it like win, because one move kills it and you can't hold a focus sash. If it is the level 9, it's a 50-50 chance. No, it's even worse, right? Because it's 6 and 9. No, it's 6 and 10. Okay, good. So it's a 50-50 chance of it deleting Headbutt and Ice Ball versus Aura Sphere and Water Spout. Dusknoir. Very good Pokemon right there, Dusknoir. So I have a couple options. I can do the Kaizo Platinum. I can go back and do Kaizo Emerald, like vanilla, not... I had done the national decks last time. I can do the regular. I can go back and do like a Super Kaizo or a doubles Kaizo where everything is a doubles fight instead of a single. I can branch off and do Roguemon because so many people have been asking for that. I want to know Dusknoir's stat spread so bad as well, but I also know that if he has a super effective stab move, we will die. And I don't want that. So I am first taking the time to figure out step 1, is Glade in the trees or is it in the grass? Step 2, find out if it's in the trees. Is it level 5? I'm playing it safe. We're too low of a defense to risk not having full health. And we have enough health to survive a Dragon Rage. I may as well keep it that way. Because I do like how well we have done with Blast Cannons who have a lot of health. Because when a Pokemon is weak, they don't do a lot of damage. Like this Pinsir, for example, it may be fast, but it's not strong. Doing 5 damage with the resisted move. That was what, power gem? So that's 70 base power. $15 to 23. That's decent. That's average or better. So the special attack on Dusknoir is good. I don't know. I'm just so tempted for the Aura Sphere, Water Spout, Gallade. Where the hell is he? He's gotta be hiding in the rare tree. The question is, which one is the rare tree? Because I know the common tree, right? Like I found that other one. I don't know where the rare tree is though. Or the Pokédex is lying to me. I would leave it up to chat. Do we pivot to Dusknoir or do we stick with Gallade? I also want to say we never scouted the other area. But however, the only reason why I'm scouting right now is for the Gallade. Technically I didn't scout really any of the trees. It's the same tree. I don't do logical. Well, I'm on your side, Mr. Pokemon, because I'm still looking for it. Gotta be in the other tree, like whatever the hidden tree is. Thank you, Claire. Should be allowed to check the tracker for this intel. Like, I've scouted every single Pokemon except this last hidden Pokemon. I should be able to just look at the tracker and be like, hey, does this exist to the last final Pokemon? If it doesn't, then I just don't go for it, no matter what it is. Even if it's a Kingdra or an Empoleon or anything crazy. Like, I just don't go for it. Because in reality, right, that tree that we're looking for could be south of this guy. And we can't get there until after the gym. We haven't seen a Totodile yet in this tree, have we? Because that's what I'm looking for. I will mention one thing. This Gallade that is in our hands is level 10, which means the rule about pivoting to a Pokemon within 5 levels of ourselves allows us to pivot to the level 15 in the tree in the town, which gives us a big level boost before the first gym. Is anyone else paying attention to these trees, or am I required to? Because I have a problem of not looking at the screen 100% of the time. So sometimes I miss the encounter. I feel like we have not seen a Totodile. I really think it's hidden in this tree, but I'm also worried that I don't have the areas memorized on what their like headbutt options are, and I do know that there's an area where one common tree will have 3 Pokemon and the rare tree will have 2 Pokemon. And I really hope it's not here, where I'm just sitting here hitting up a tree where there's never going to be a 3rd Pokemon. But yeah, there is the option of making a pivot to the level 15. Our Gallade is exactly at average speed. The Dusknoir encounter at level 9 did not trap us into a fight, which doesn't guarantee it to be slow. It just doesn't mean it's like above average speed. I guess in a way to like try to justify its current nature, the plus attack allows us to be split. So if we were to get something cool like Earthquake, it would work. So going for the fighting, ground, flying, electric coverage would be possible with a Splitmon a little bit more likely than a solo offense. I leave it up to you guys. I can make a poll. We have a lot of people watching, right? I don't know why my YouTube doesn't update unless I refresh the page. 152! Damn. Make sure y'all are subscribed. I appreciate everyone watching tonight. Hey, Skyforce, how you doing tonight? Welcome back. Alright, there is a poll in the chat. Make sure you vote. I am going to attempt to just try to find the Gallade in the tree as we wait for a few of the votes to come in. Oh my gosh, it's split 50-50 right now. That's crazy. He too has Aura Sphere. What a guy. Bro, how's the poll 50-50 right now? That's crazy. I'm hoping somebody comes by the stream and puts in a vote for the chat. We are split between Gallade and Dusknoir. What does my gut feel? Gallade. I don't love the nature. I hate it with a fiery passion, but reality is, even though it's a glass cannon, the moveset is so good, besides the high jump kick, that I definitely think it would be a runner. And yes, I like Dusknoir, I really do. But without the security of speed and ability, I really worry that making that pivot would just turn all of the effort into just being a dead file, and then we're back at square one. And I'd rather get an attempt in tonight for a run than get no attempts in. There's a chance that if Gallade is in one of these trees, I don't know what the spawn rate is, but I know if the Dark Cave has a 1% spawn rate there could be a 1% spawn rate in the tree. The Lake of Rage has a 1% spawn rate. Like, I'm unsure. DJ, did you take the time to put in a vote in the chat? We have a poll. We have a poll running. Would you like to run Gallade or Dusknoir? You voted Gallade? Right, well, if I'm the tiebreaker, then I think I'm choosing Gallade. Because with the nature, Headbutt will be able to cover what Ore Sphere and Water Spout cannot. Trying to decide if I liked me first over high jump kick, but nah, it's too risky. And yeah, it's funny to say it's too risky when I'm saying it's too risky compared to high jump kick, which is also too risky. But I like the option of guaranteed stab, strong stab into Pokemon that I struggle with their special defense, rather than guessing on, is this turn going to be the turn that they click the move I want to hit them with? Or are they switching the move up? I am regretting. I guess I am not respecting the ghost types. That's the second time that I don't think about ghost types while thinking about moves. Because I do need something for water absorb ghost types. Oh well, those don't exist. Hey, Juice Boy, how you doing tonight? Glad you could make it. Just a little bit late for the poll that we had, so I'm curious what your vote would have been. Dusknoir or Gallade? Gallade has the misfortune of a horrible nature, but because of the nature, we are now technically a split attacker. We just found a max potion. Let's go. Huge find. Yeah, I like both of them. As like just general Pokemon, I like Gallade and Dusknoir. I couldn't resist the opportunity of having Stab with the best move in the game. Oof, Poison Sting. I guess it technically covers ghost types, but it's resisted. I'd say no. I think I just continue that risk. I guess me first also could have been an answer to Shedinja if he had a move that could hit himself. Oh well. Hindsight. Escape rope. 4 items before the gym. We love that. Need Shadow Ball or Dark Pulse. Yup. You use Gallade more. Nah, I respect it. I was also a little bit worried about scouting all of its moves. We know he wasn't truant, we know he wasn't normalized. We don't know if he was stall or any other bad ability. All we know is that he had pretty good special attack. And that he wasn't above average speed. He could have been average, he just wasn't like well above average. He wasn't like crazy. All we need is strength and speed, in my opinion, and the fact that we have Stab that never misses. We just need a better answer for some of the water types and psychic types. GG, easy. Imagine if we got extrasensory, that'd be insane. 50 PP in Stab. I have to go and get the escape rope items before we go to the gym, because if we can get any status heal there, it could help. I will say we absolutely swept that. That went so quickly. You know, we spent like 45 minutes scouting every tree and crevice and crook for another Gallade, trying to get a second nature. But even with this nature, we absolutely destroyed that. Special defense berry and an ether. Alright. I guess that's something. I did not find it, Flare. I scouted every tree. I saw all 4 Pokemon in the grass. I don't know. But the plus attack nature allowed our headbutt to do the job we needed, and we flinched every single time we had to click headbutt. It was pretty nice. Headbutt wasn't one-shotting, but it was flinching. And headbutt is a shout out to our very first win, because we had a Flareon with neutral nature, and its offense was kind of like this weird, mostly mixed, like it was like very balanced across all of its stats. It was a little bit more special attack than physical, so I had 3 special attacks and then headbutt. And headbutt did its job for Flareon, and it technically could do its job for Glade. The flinch chance is just so nice. Well, on to the gym. Good luck. I want to see 8 dark types. Alright, new move at 22. We definitely hit 22 here. I have a full heal, so whatever status occurs, we can cover it. Thank you for the good luck. I was worried about risking water absorb or dry skin. Still was the better choice to click anyways. It's 2, new move. That's technically it's a really bad Shedinja answer because I have to click it without knowing if Shedinja exists on the team. Welcome back. Oh, sorry, I thought I said I'm back, not I'm kick. Half awake. Our next move is at 25. I low-key think we don't take it. I just hope our TM and or level up move is better. I don't think I'll end up clicking it on the trainer that needs us to click it, because I don't want to risk the special defense scenario. This is the ace. Easy crit. Last Pokemon is the Napoleon, which is an easy one-shot. Beautiful. GG. We already have 100 health? Holy. Aromatherapy, I can't use it. Nice. I mean, Stab or Spear is going to carry this Pokemon, let's be real. We just need one move to cover ghost types. That's it. Alright. Gallade has beaten our first gym. So that means we need a name for Gallade. Oh my gosh. Anyone having deja vu of our last Gallade having a Metatite as the friend, as the HM partner? That's so funny. Our stepdad is back. You have a nickname, but I admit I'm clutching at straws here. Kenshi for a nickname, or Mindblade? Kenshi sounds vaguely familiar. I don't remember why. What is Kenshi from? Maybe CO2 because carbon dioxide. I'm bad naked, that's funny. Green shard, very nice. Making a joke about bad nature. I do like the joke. Kind of think Flare just has some fire nicknames for the Pokemon that I don't. Just the quality of those names, I think I'm gonna go with one of those. But like other names in the past where I like them, definitely pocket the name for a future option, because that's one of those type of names that it's universal, right? It's not gender specific, it's not Pokemon specific, it's scenario specific. Could do carbon, true. Oh my gosh, finally, Christian. I mean, it's only taken so long to crack you. I didn't think you ever would unsubscribe. Next female Weezing gets to be Gasolina, yup. Next time we see a Weezing, remind me to scout it. Christian lives in your basement, so he's not allowed to unsubscribe if he wants to live under your roof. Yeah, Canada is the new Australia. in Flair's basement. Christian's running Christian's running on Australian time. Flair will stop feeding you if you unsubscribe. You must have done something bad. He already took away your membership for privilege. Yo, Friezo, how you doing tonight? This is his only free time. Good. I have my usual late night tiredness, but I'm not yet sleepy, per se. When I'm in the monotonous lab for a long, for an extended amount of time without any break from it, that's usually what really tires me out. But we had a couple, mini bursts of Pokemon tonight. So I've been able to stay steady. That is true, Christian. I go outside now. I mean, if you're not in Australia and you're in his basement in Canada, you actually probably don't want to go outside. It's probably really cold. So he might sound like he's being mean, but he's actually thinking in your best interest. He's a caring caretaker. He puts the care in caretaker. Puts the take and he put the take and caretaker. He just takes his food and everything. Yeah, unfortunately, YouTube has weird restrictions, Frizo, or will just like stop certain users from being able to chat for an extended amount of time. It's really dumb. This glade's not horrible. I mean, the nature is, but other than that, it's doing really well. It was between Glade and Dusknor. We ended up going with the Glade. We tried to find another one. The Pokédex said there was another one. We could not find it. It seemed to not exist. Yeah, definitely good luck and congrats, Christian. Great job. Alright, new move. Yawn. I'm just gonna struggle, aren't I? Hey Tim, how you doing? How's the RuneScape going? It's going pretty well. I got my fishing up to 87. It's what I've been AFK grinding lately. Have not been able to commit as much time to it really. So like I haven't even really done my clue scrolls. I've just allowed them to pile up so that I just do more fishing. Just haven't had the time to do them. Yeah, fishing is slow. I mean, when I started doing it during this like hiatus of active playing, right? It was either at 80 or 82, or no, it might have been at 84 because I used the harpoon to catch the shark at 86. Yeah, I want to say it was at 84. I don't know. Honestly, I really don't remember what it was at. It was somewhere between 80 and 84. I think I say no to yawn. We're too much of a glass cannon to wait for 2 turns and have it fall asleep. And it's not like we really get any value out of it being asleep either. But I was talking about it the other night, Tim, with our other RuneScape player in the chat. I have done so many levels for fishing, woodcutting, agility. It is absolutely crazy that I have not gotten a skilling pet yet. Like, I honestly don't know how I haven't gotten one. I'm 92 woodcutting, I'm 87 fishing, I'm 80 agility. You got the fishing and the agility one? Nice. Oh yeah. Oh, actually, before I forget, I want to go back and do our shard. We got an extra shard. It's only a blue, so it's not valuable per se, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Because it is a chesto berry, and it is an orange berry. So a little bit of a heal. Alright, and I just need a quick minute to use the bathroom before we continue. Be right back. Alright, I am back. Thank you for your patience. Kaizo. Hey, buddy. Zuko has arrived. And I'm ready to go. Energy powder, nice. Got your Nox Halley today? Hell yeah. Well done. Yo, another heal, a lemonade, very nice. Calcium, I can use that. Very nice. Nice. Oh my gosh, why are there so many ghost types in here? I don't like this. I mean, I have a way to restore PP if needed with the ether in the max ether, but still, I don't like how many ghost types are in here. Alright, GG. Yeah, I'm very glad I clicked Water Spout here because I realized that Aura Sphere is not as strong as Water Spout neutral, right? It's 135 versus 150, and if I had clicked Aura Sphere, I don't think Water Spout would one shot from this this position. But I think it does because it's double. Oh my gosh, so close. That's fine. That's fine. He throws, and he throws. Beautiful. GG. Thank you, Christian. I appreciate it. I mean, I can't give it a 4 rating until it has a Shedinja answer. In the event that this 4th move becomes something of value, I could say it's like close to a 4. At the moment, I'd say it's a 3, maybe a 2.7. But at the same time, I also want to say it's a 3.5 because it's a Pokemon that I can literally sit here and just click A unless it's resisting fighting. And then I have to consider, can I still one-shot with Stab? Or do I need a Headbutt Water Spout? Because I need to save Water Spouts for Ghost types. Like, I cannot waste them. Alright, good luck. We pray for a good move at level up at 31. Here we go, new move. Alright, I think I'd take it over High Jump Kick, honestly. I almost never will click it. And I need a better answer for Ghost types and Shedinja. Like, it's technically a Shedinja answer as well. Now, it's not... It's one of the... It's probably one of my least favorite confusion moves that we could have gotten. Like, I would have preferred Supersonic over this, but it does the job. I'd say we have to learn it, yeah. something better than nothing. I almost feel like I swagger one of them. I missed. And they double up into Meditite. Perfect. Best case scenario. So now I can water spout them and should one-shot both. Beautiful. Literally best case scenario. All we had taken was a little bit of damage from the Executor. Claire, the reason I didn't go for Spout on turn 1 is Spout does not hit our partner Pokemon. So I know I was faster than them in that fight. They're only level 15. So if I click Spout, our partner Pokemon would have gotten all of that XP. But we had the best case scenario where we actually ended up missing. I also was considering side attack, like doing it to the side, swagger to Meditite instead, but it worked out. Hey Zuko, can you like chill, buddy? What are you doing? What are you doing? Zuko was being really weird. So, Laser Dog, we were just talking about that. I'm on the fence on saying what it's like a 2.5, 2.75, or a 3.5, 3.75. Because on one hand, it's like we don't really. I guess the swagger now technically giving me a Shedinja answer gives it a quote unquote 3.75. Because for how strong and fast it is, this Ore Sphere is sweeping everything. It's literally going to carry us to the Gym Gauntlet minimum, if not further. But it's the question of how long will it take for us to get coverage for water absorbed ghost types. That's a crazy lead. Let's go. What happened? Zuko decided to jump up on me, so I didn't actually see why my water spout didn't do anything. He avoided the attack? Oh, so he's Tangled Feet. I was like, what the hell happened? Why did I not do damage? But it's Tangled Feet. I missed the move. I thought the confusion would help, and now it made me waste the move. Oh. You gotta be kidding me. That's insane, dude. Was I one-shotting it? Let me see if I was one-shotting it. Hold up. Did I throw by not just clicking Water Spout turn 1? I'll look at the rest of the moves in a second, and then I'll look at the Dusknoir as well. But I gotta know. We're a little bit higher health, so instead of 133 base power, it's 150. Yeah, I threw. God damn it. I just didn't expect him to have low health, low special defense. Oh, that sucks. Yep, I threw. Damn it. Dude, that's so dumb. Muddy Water, Charge Beam. Ice Beam, wow. The tracker lied to me. Or sorry, the Pokédex. The Pokédex lied to me. There's no Gallade. There's a Gardevoir. Honestly, I didn't even miss any crazy Pokemon. There was a Scizor. Wow, that was actually pretty good. It had Tail Glow, but no special attacks. Acid, that's it. Mudshot. Own tempo. Average speed. Sludge. Moves were lacking as well. Damn it, I can't believe I threw. Have a great night, Christian. Thank you for joining us. Flare, we died at Bugsy. I clicked, I was worried about his first Pokemon, Mesprit, so I clicked Swagger as a way to, like, confuse it and, like, slow it down. it hit itself in confusion, but of course it had tangled feet, and it avoided every hit that I did. It did a +1 growth and then hit me with stab, side beam, and one-shot me from full health. But I could have just one-shot it. I didn't expect low health, low special defense, so I literally could have one-shot it with water spout, and I didn't. Yeah, that's sad. I mean, we weren't getting another move until 45, which is after Whitney. We were getting Muddy Water here, though. Yeah, I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't get rid of Water Spout from Muddy Water or Headbutt. Probably have to keep what I have. Jesus, welcome. I have to request not spamming chat. I mean, those are kind words that you're sharing, but I would appreciate you not spamming chat. I cry. Oh well. Yeah, facts, Tim. Well, I do have work tomorrow, and I'm looking at the time. I know I started late tonight, so unfortunately I'll probably have to end here. But hey, we win some, we lose some. It happens. Yeah, like Uxie was, instead of Mesprit, it was Uxie that was the second #1 special defensive wall. So like, I had the right thought process, it was just on the wrong one. Absolutely, Tim. Thank you everyone for joining. Hopefully next time things go in our favor. But I hope you guys all enjoyed. And enjoy your next day. See you in the next stream. Peace.